So. Ich bin wieder da. Willkommen zurück zu Final Fantasy. Wir werden jetzt endlich das abschließen, was ich abschließen wollte. Okay, Gott sei Dank habe ich wieder. Das wäre jetzt schlimm gewesen. Wir machen jetzt mit der Reaper Quest weiter. Mit der Job Quest. Und danach werden wir mit der Hauptmission weitermachen. Es hat jetzt leider sehr viel länger gedauert, bis ich mich wieder einloggen konnte. Ich hatte mehrere Error-Codes bekommen. Und ich schätze mal, das liegt daran, dass es jetzt so Primetime ist. Also, dass jetzt wirklich sehr viel mehr Leute versuchen, auf den Server zuzugreifen. Deswegen werden wir uns jetzt einmal hier um die nächste Jobmission kümmern. Und danach können wir sowieso erstmal nicht weiter oder wir könnten weiter leveln, aber da ich jetzt keine Roulettes habe oder sonstiges, würde ich in der Hinsicht gerne warten. Bis zum nächsten Reset. Oder ja, müssen wir mal gucken. Ich möchte da jetzt mich lieber auf die Hauptstory dann konzentrieren. Und ich hoffe natürlich sehr, dass mir der Gamesound nicht wieder abkackt. Weil das war gerade nicht schön, wieder zu versuchen, mich einzuloggen. Oder was heißt gerade? Ich glaube, es hat jetzt ungefähr eine Stunde wieder gedauert, bis ich im Game war. Mir macht Reaper wirklich extrem viel Spaß. Also ich finde die Klasse echt super bisher. Wirklich sehr schön zu spielen. Deswegen würde ich die Klasse auch mehr spielen wollen. Aber die einzige Möglichkeit, die wir hätten zu leveln, ist entweder Dungeon Spam. Und die DPS-Queues sind ein wenig painful. Oder Bozia könnten wir gehen und leveln. Aber da denke ich mir, nee, komm, dann machen wir dann lieber die Story noch ein bisschen weiter. Ich finde es auch gut, wenn wir immer so ein bisschen hin und her swappen. Also zwischen Leveln und Story. Weil nur die ganze Zeit auf die Story zu konzentrieren, das ist immer so ein bisschen viel auf einmal. Ich finde es gut, wenn wir da immer so ein bisschen hin und her switchen können. So, guten Tag, die Herrschaften. Also. Von der Hand. Gehen wir einmal dorthin. Ah ja, ich muss noch eine Einstellung gleich vornehmen. So, ah ja genau, eine Sache wollte ich noch ändern während des Streams, weil ich muss manchmal, aus dem Game tabben, wenn ich jemanden antworte und da würde ich gerne, hier, Limit Framerate when Client is active, das werde ich jetzt erstmal rausmachen, das werde ich später dann irgendwann wieder Jetzt so lange während des Streams dann nicht, weil dann leckt das nämlich für euch, wenn ich einmal rausgetappt bin. Okay, an der Hand. Lasst mal gucken. The candle at the designated location here. Okay, da ist nichts aufgetaucht. Dann. Ja. Ja. Ja, warum habe ich Throne auch gesagt? Die ersten 3 haben gar keinen. Keine Positionals. Well, merci. So, müssen wir da zurück. Nächstes Gebirge wird immer noch rein. Das sind doch exakt die gleichen. Ich muss mir das nochmal in Ruhe mit den mit den Trades auch durchlesen. Da möchte ich jetzt nicht zu viel Zeit im Stream mit verbringen. Okay. Dann gehen wir zurück zu den Headquarters. Und gucken, ob ich dann später vielleicht dann anfange, das trotzdem noch vorzulesen. So. Wir gehen... Jetzt zurück zum Headquarter. Moment. So. Also. Maybe we didn't get the statistification I promised, but sitting here with our heads in our hands won't do us any good. Let's be happy with one less white sand preying on helpless woodcutters. The only good white sand is a dead white sand. Orcus, or pay for what he did. Here, nothing comes of their endless hunger for ether but bloodshed and tragedy. We were on the cusp of ending 2 decades of misery. That's how long ago Orcus came into this world, raging like an animal free from his cage and leaving my family dead in his wake. The grief he's caused since then is immeasurable. No matter where his accursed feet take him, his hunger follows, and the realm bleeds to sate it. Of course, we aren't the only ones hunting him, but he's as clever as he is vicious, and not even the finest trackers have been able to keep on his trail for a... Don't lose heart yet, boss. While you were away, I was making the rounds, and I might have found something that will soon bear fruit. Arnegas is following up on it as we speak. I swear, someday that man is going to keel over on my account. Still, there is no one else I would trust to tell me the difference between truth and hysteria. That being said, his work takes him to do right. Use this chance to hone your skills, and if all goes to plan, next time we speak, you will have a golden opportunity to test them. Okay. 75? Ja, 75 Dark Days. Das ist die nächste Quest. Und da brauchen wir leider noch 2 Level. Da ich jetzt aber nichts weiter wirklich machen kann zum Leveln, da wir alle Roulettes erledigt haben, würde ich wieder zurück zur Main Quest gehen. Vielleicht gehen wir später noch nach Bauja und leveln ein bisschen Reaper. Müssen wir. Aber wir gehen jetzt erst zum anderen Edgelord. So. Gehen zurück nach Daphne. Und einen wunderschönen guten Abend, Dennis. So, wir hatten mit dem freundlichen Matanga geredet. Ich habe doch hier bestimmt auch Ether Current. 231. So, und da kam dann eben diese Warnung, dass wir nichts anderes machen können. Derzeit, deswegen hatte ich da ja vorhin die Story unterbrochen. Genau. Small company, keep him at your side. Yep. Okay. Auf geht's. Ich weiß nicht, irgendwie finde ich sie schon cool. Ja, die sehen immer so, aber die sehen so traurig aus irgendwie. Ups. Fish, fish. I got fish here. Fresh fish, straight from the sea's bosom to your mouth. Greetings, friend. How fare you of late? Greetings to you too. I suppose I'm well enough given the circumstance. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when that tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remain there for now, but I could not stay away. Had to come back, continue with my life, such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. It's too risky out there. Maybe you ought to move to the city too. There's no place like home, but don't do anything dangerous, huh? Oh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge from it, I heed the Radiant Host's instructions. I hope they deal with it soon so we can get back to our normal lives, to the days when you could earn as much as you gave and tuck into a meal satisfied that you did good work. Speaking of meals, why not have some fresh fish today? Those days will come again before you know it. Till then, stay safe. Yeah. Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. Hey, when you bait me like that, how can I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is shallows cod, delectable, stewed in coconut milk or baked with a sprinkle of salt. Okay. Goodie. Ups, naja. Ich dachte, wir müssen dann noch... Schiff, wo müssen wir... Über? Drüben. Hm? A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some Omra, let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. Omra Shumra, my fresh fish is the only thing you need. Oh god. Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late, I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. Are you sure you're actually hungry? I know how you feel. Thank you. A pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed your little chat. I took my mind off my troubles for a moment. The conversation ends without a sale. Sorry. Never mind. If nothing else, you left her with a positive impression. Let's move on to the north side of town, shall we? Sorry, ich weiß, ich muss jedem den Fisch andrehen. Tut mir leid. Versuchen wir einfach mal straight jetzt sofort den Fisch an den Mann zu bringen oder an die Frau zu bringen. So. Dann versuchen wir hier mal unser Glück. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh god, it's my stomach. Ether sickness? No, nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. Some fresh fish will settle your stomach, and mine are the freshest of all. Ooh, food is the last thing I need right now. Go and sell your fish to someone else. Okay. Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was a truly eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. Sorry. Hey, aber ich habe einen Fisch angedreht. Weißt du das? Immer wieder der Sound, wenn die ganzen Minions reinladen. Ah ja, bevor ich das jetzt vergesse, wir werden jetzt gleich mal hier Essen reinzimmern. Stunde. Für den EXP-Bonus. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell to one of the 3 people you approached. It was difficult, but when you put your mind to it, you succeeded. Though you did fail too, but there are lessons to be learned about success and failure. By applying yours, I will endeavor to become a better peddler. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Kanal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsuya? Have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? I am sorry, Matsuya, I truly am, but for now you must peddle your own goods. But by myself I can't... I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I will be damned if I let it fall apart. I've friends and families depending on me, and I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Not to worry, using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I will manage, somehow. Well, I had best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. Oh, der Arme. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust? I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think that it would be to such an extent for another notable, if not wholly unexpected, discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers, and as before, they mean to use the faith of their Habil's thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Telophori. Telophoroi? Okay, House of Divinities. Divinitize. That Matsuya fellow you were helping, he's Arkosodara, is he not? Apparently, this almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Arkosodara would be their primary targets. For this the faith of their ancestors which prevail in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We would better get after him. Yeah, lies to the west, as I recall. The same direction as Kryl's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. Okay, let's go. Ich hoffe, ich werde dann noch irgendwann mal eine Stimme dazu bekommen. Ich will den Namen der Stadt aussprechen. Stepchild. Ich würde die Nebenquest gerne mitnehmen. Weil das müsste eine Quest für einen EVA-Current sein. Würde ich jetzt einfach mal so behaupten. Yep. Why are there Matanga everywhere? Has this town fallen? Your face, it is known to me. You were the warrior who fought for the mole in the Naram. Nice to meet you. It was your bravery and skill which inspired me to embark upon my own hero's journey. Yet now I have foolishly blundered into the den of Matanga. Why do these others walk without fear? Do they not care if they are slaughtered? I do not doubt your word, but grandmother would always warn me, if you encounter a Matanga, you turn tail and flee, as fast and far as you can. Her tales were awful and bloody, and so now the very sight of them, the terror rises unbidden. No, I cannot stay here. I must earn enough coin to buy passage from this nightmare island as soon as possible. I beg of you, stay at my side for a time, just until I meet with this Kana? Person the sailor told me about. She is said to have work that pays a fair wage, so I will see what she has for me. Okay. Gehen wir hin. Erledigen das, weil dann bekommen wir gleich unseren ersten EVA-Current hier. Wir das schon mal erledigt haben. By the Dusk Mother, no one told me Kankana was a Matanga. Could I ask you to speak with her in my stead? Welcome to Traveler. I'm Kankana, and it is my job to assign the right work to the right workers. Might I have your name? Kirito and Ugol, was it? Let me jot those down. Oh, grandmother, why did it have to be a Matanga? Is your companion quite alright? An understandable reaction. The Gayasura tribe have done much to stain the reputation of our people. If you are looking for work, though, yes, many have been forced to take what they can get since the troubles began, so I'm afraid all the simple jobs are gone. As for what's left, I only have tasks fit for seasoned fighters. Does that sound like something you could do? Fighting? I can fight. Less you doubt, my skill is like to that of the Dragonbane, the legendary Shaka So herself. I'm not familiar with the name, but you sound formidable indeed. Why don't we start you out on an escort duty then? A group of artisans set off to harvest materials and ask that I send any prospective protectors their way should I happen to enlist any. What, they are already set off? Is our duty not to escort them? There is to be a ritual dance performed in Kajaya's footsteps. They will need and costumes for the dancers and such. The entire thing was decided rather suddenly, so there was no time to waste. And these artisans you speak of, do they also include Matanga in their number? It was an Arka Sodara who submitted the request. I hope that won't be a problem. Oh, no, not at all. I look forward to fainting at the feet of my most feared enemy. I cannot do this alone. Pray lend me the strength of the victor of the Naram and half the Half the reward for this task will be yours. The artisans didn't plan to venture far. Leave gently, to the west, and you should soon come across your employer. Then that is where we shall meet. You will find me there, yes? Goodie, machen wir. No problemo. Also, was ist der nächste? Okay. Okay, has run off into the wilds alone. Keep an eye out for her as you continue your patrol. Wird erledigt. So, irgendwo hier muss ja auch der Eve kommen. East. Drüben. Welcher ist meiner? Ja, da. Goodie. Muss zurückgehen. Sehr schön. Dann haben wir das erledigt. Gehen wir einmal zurück. Bericht erstatten. Dann muss ich nochmal den anderen Ether Current schnell suchen. Und dann gehen wir da runter zu Anchored und Go. So, lasst mich das auch einmal skippen. So, Dankeschön. Gut. So, erledigt. Okay, ist der oben Stuff. So, 166 Yards to the east. Okay. Oh, das sind zwei. Also bei dem weiß ich wieder, wie ich zurückkomme. Aber wenn ich jetzt hier runter jumpe, wo komme ich denn dann wieder back? Eigentlich doch. Ich Ich meine, wir könnten es richtig dämlich machen. Mache ich jetzt. Dafür. Ich darf ja noch nicht mehr runterspringen. Wow, was eine Gemeinheit. Hier darf ich auch nicht runterspringen. Hey, was soll das denn? Nix darf man. Aber hier werde ich aber sicherlich runter. Okay. Okay, gut, dann sammeln wir wenigstens den hier ein. Ein Crit. Mal gucken, wie wir an den anderen kommen. Weil ich wollte mich jetzt runterfallen lassen, dann wollte ich den einsammeln und dann wollte ich zum Ätheriten zurücktippen. Dann hätte ich den eingesammelt. Okay. Sind wir hoch? Ich kann es ja kaum erwarten, wenn ich endlich hier mal fliege. Könnt euch das ja gar nicht vorstellen. From the north. Jetzt. Ne, ich muss nicht. Das ist hier sehr schön. Fisch. Ja, lasst uns da hingehen und Fisch essen, Freunde. Ich muss auch nochmal was trinken, ganz dringend hier. Okay. Wir uns dorthin einmal auf dem Weg. Achso, Moment. Keep a current. Southwest. Das liegt sogar in der Richtung. Das darf ich nämlich nicht vergessen. Also jeden Ether Current mitnehmen, den wir finden können. Da ist er. Okay, und der nächste ist 417 Yards North. Ist gut, jetzt sind wir ein bisschen weiter weg. Das heißt, den können wir erstmal ignorieren. Das erste. Okay, they are Manusia. Ich werde das jetzt übrigens versuchen, so ein bisschen was vorzulesen, ein bisschen was nicht, weil wenn ich permanent nur vorlese, dann wird meine Stimme irgendwann nicht mehr existent sein. Deswegen versuche ich das jetzt einfach mal so ein bisschen zu mischen. They are Manusia. You heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. The center one is the eldest, Sinduroba, a goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sandurova. As a goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Mindurwa, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts and so is beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Manusia, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life, and what of the if I may ask, what? Wie soll ich denn das Wort aussprechen? Hold power over nature. In ages past, they were referred as guardian deities in times of conflict. Es tut mir übrigens leid für jedes Wort, das ich gebutschert habe im Englischen. Aber ich kenne zwar die Bedeutung von den meisten Wörtern, aber ich benutze sehr viele Wörter davon nicht im Sprachgebrauch und deswegen weiß ich nicht, wie man diese ausspricht. If you have occasions to visit our temples and ruins, you will find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gajah's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Arca Sodara. Ich hoffe, ich bekomme irgendwann nochmal eine Cutscene, die vertont ist, damit ich wirklich mal weiß, wie man die ganzen Wörter ausspricht. And then there are, oder die Namen besser gesagt in dem Fall. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too. It's said that an ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of Ratzatan, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I'm confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right, I believe it's time we sought out Kryl's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Kryl's notes, we are to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Alright. The Great Work. Did you say you're going to see Nidhana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes, when you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Drown in them. Okay. Ich werde mein Bestes geben. So, wo ist denn der nächste Ether Current? Okay, Northeast wird mir immer noch gezeigt, da muss man aber leider nicht lang. Obwohl, ich meine, wir könnten in der Theorie da lang. Oh Gott. 61. Das dauert mir zu lange. Gucken wir mal lieber, ob sich noch ein anderer auftut, eventuell. Kann leider nicht. Oh nee. Ich hoffe, ich komme. Nee, jetzt muss ich umkehren. Wo komme ich hier lang? Ehrlich. Nee, ich könnte außen rumschwimmen, aber das machen wir jetzt nicht. Gut, dann laufen wir nochmal zurück. Lass mich in Ruhe, Krabby Crab Crab. Okay, da hoch sind wir. Ja gut, also der XIV Current ist wirklich... Wo ist... Da unten. Ich glaube mal jetzt einmal runter. So, einmal attunen, bitte. So, geschehen.
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Oh, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so. Now,
See here.
Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your Mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results.
Okay, Nidana.
Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Gut, dann weiß ich jetzt schon mal, wie der Name ausgesprochen wird. Nidana. Ja. Mal gucken, wann wir Estinian wiedersehen werden. Der wurde uns jetzt erstmal hier entführt. Ich habe gerade einen Teller. Gut. Dann. Achso. Whatever it is, just leave it to me. What exactly is it that you need me to do? Better than having my blood drawn, I suppose. Whatever it is, just leave it to me. Okay, wir werden getestet. Geht klar. Kriegen wir alles hin. Mal hier hoch. Das sieht gut aus. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweet tears and many a sleepless night, the drunken Deepa. Is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering, taking inspiration from the tradition we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. Okay, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. Ja, mal los. Follow the drunken Deeper's lead and try not to fall behind. Klingt jetzt erstmal nicht so schwer. Oh. Ah, okay. Ich muss den Abstand von dem halten. You're struck by a powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Ah, noch weiter. Okay, letzter Test jetzt. Und dann sind wir durch. So, ja, ready. It's back. Jetzt wieder hier hin. Gut. Gehen wir einmal Blümchen pflücken. Einige Sachen einsammeln. So, haben wir hier irgendwo... East. Okay, 451. Ich meine, das müsste rein theoretisch auf dem Weg zum nächsten Ätheriten. Obwohl 361. Lass mal schnell gucken. Level ist der. Das ist keine Gefahr. Ich will es nicht spielen. Was? Willst mich jetzt verarschen? Ist irgendwo. Ne, da ist er. Oh Gott. Ich muss jetzt da runter und bin hier ganz umsonst hingelaufen. Gut. Mal den nächsten Ether Current eingesammelt, dann können wir jetzt wieder zurück. Southeast, irgendwo hier ist auch noch ein Ether Current. Tut mir leid, Freunde, aber die müssen wir alle mitnehmen. Okay. I guess not. Oh, ja, alles hier noch. Ich will mich das nicht unbedingt runterfallen lassen, solange es noch nicht Not tut.
Yes, that would be Radzat Han. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing. Well, he is the most important person in Radzat Han. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage, has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people. But when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad-Han to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned. For we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Ach ja, der gute alte Van Daniel. Wie sehr ich ihn doch hasse und verabscheue. Ich meine, es ist nicht wirklich Van Daniel, aber ihr wisst. Okay, dann. Okay. Ja, dann gut, dann würde ich einfach sagen, wir machen jetzt an. Obwohl, kann ich irgendwie da schon hin? Muss mir auch mal angewöhnen, Fenrir zu benutzen. Fenrir sollte in der Theorie schneller fahren als jedes andere Mount. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich da schon eventuell hin kann, mich hier tunen kann. Wäre irgendwie schon schnieke, wenn wir das gleich erledigen könnten. Dann fahre ich jetzt hier nur überall außen rum. Wie komme ich denn hier? Wie komme ich denn hier runter, mein Gott? Hier ist jetzt eine Brücke. Right. What's the ether current? Da unten. Ah. Oh, falscher Link. Crossword Link Shell, hier. Guten Abend, Ensa. Okay, Kirito, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we are that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This is a much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. Okay, dankeschön. Okay, a boy's errand. If you will excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you're both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidana. It would seem the stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? But when last I looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Oriange told everyone about their tampering cure and Destinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain, but we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Love though I'm to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch... Ja, was auch immer das für ein Vieh ist. In case you're not familiar, Giant Skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. Ah, okay, good. Okay. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose on you once more? Sure. Wird erledigt. Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Thainua. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. Maybe borrow a pair of Hamza, Mistress Nidana. By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I will bring the Hamza to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. Okay. Wird erledigt. Oh, wir haben jetzt auch wieder eine blaue Quest verfügbar. Das müsste wieder eine Quest sein. Alchemist or Dancer für einen Ether Current. Also würde ich diese Quest jetzt auch wieder mitnehmen. Jo. Genau. Dann fangen wir die Quest einmal an. Mal gucken, wenn die Quest hier in der Nähe bleibt, können wir sie gleich abschließen. Ansonsten... Okay. Nehmen wir erstmal die Hauptquest mit. Yeah. Here are our home security. If the creatures look familiar, it is because they are close kin to your Eosian dodos. Okay. Have long been kept as livestock in Thufnir, and many at hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your words. Okay. Ja, lass mal loslegen. Ja. Auf geht's! Weil ich habe ja jetzt hier sowieso keine andere Quest wirklich. Let's see. Wie gesagt, die andere Quest, die können wir ja dann jederzeit noch erledigen. Machen wir mal eine schöne Sightseeing-Tour auf einem Dodo. Okay. Wir müssten auch relativ nah an einem Dungeon eigentlich dran sein. Okay, may I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We will be glad for any tidings you can share. You two bring Varshan the latest report and answer any questions he may have. Ja, aber wir müssen eigentlich relativ nah an einem Dungeon dran sein. Mittlerweile. Spannend, wie lange das dauert. Ja, da freue ich mich schon endlich drauf. Wir hatten jetzt schon sehr, sehr viel Story. Ich würde mich freuen, wenn wir dann noch einen Dungeon machen könnten heute. So the Hamza appears to want to return home. It reluctantly offers you its bag. Should you become separated from your steed, speak with the Radiant Peacekeeper at the Hamza hatchery to mount it again. Yeah, I guess. Let's see. What? The Giant Skull Grounds. Ah, da oben ist jetzt Getsy. Oh mein Gott. Die ganze Zeit nach dem Marker Ausschau gehalten. Hier ist ein Ether Current in der Nähe, aber ich kann ihn jetzt nicht einsammeln, weil ich nicht vom Mount runter kann. Müssen wir erst zu der Location. Weil ich leider nicht vom Dodo absteigen kann, ansonsten läuft mir der Dodo weg. Ah, ich habe meinen Foodbuffer verloren. Foodbuff erneuern. There we go. Triple Try spielen. Erstmal Triple Try spielen. Ja. Auf geht's. Vielleicht habe ich wieder Glück und bekomme die Karte gleich beim ersten Mal. Sollte ich gewinnen. Open, ich hab's das. Okay, das war recht einfach. Okay, das war auch recht einfach. Also die Karte gleich beim ersten. Merci. So. Dann müssen wir jetzt noch Lieferkorrespondenzthema suchen. Northeast. Also. Okay, dann schwimmen wir mal zurück. So, wo wäre dann der nächste? Southeast. Ja, das ist wieder den wir vorhin schon mal hatten. Das geht wieder nach unten. Dann würde ich sagen, gehen wir einfach zurück. TP ich mich allerdings hin.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we?
Telophoroi, okay.
They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration.
Muss ich mir merken, das Wort?
The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that. What is it? What did you see? Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last!
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments. We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
You needn't ask.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Okay, wir müssen... Gut, dann würde ich sagen, dass wir erst noch die Mission für Ether Current erledigen. Die Mission dann noch mitnehmen. Ja, es geht halt alles dann da rund. Später. So. Gut, perfekt. Dann können wir die Quest einmal hier abgeben. Und dann machen wir uns auf den Weg zu Nidana und machen mit der Hauptquest. Perfekt. Ich möchte mich auf die Nebenquest momentan konzentrieren. Und vor allem mit meiner Hauptklasse, die ich jetzt mit der Story level, schon mal gleich gar nicht. Weil ich mir dann denke, das würde ich mir... Wenn ich die Nebenquests mache, dann würde ich sie wenigstens für eine Klasse aufheben. Oder für Klassen aufheben, die ich eben wirklich komplett von 80 auf 90 leveln muss. Glaube ich, ein bisschen sinnvoller. Weil ich mit meiner Main-Klasse ja sowieso die ganze Zeit XP bekomme. Bekommt man, ne? Das ist da oben, glaube ich. Also. Da hat er sich versteckt. Sehr schön. Gut, nächster wäre dann 520. Okay. Hier ist noch keiner mehr in der Nähe.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could. So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance. A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. What?
Ach Mann, ey. Ich muss ja sagen, ich mag das ja, wenn die Lizards so derpy rennen. Ja, aber bei so einer Situation finde ich das dann immer so. Ich meine, da rennt er jetzt wenigstens. Ja, okay, da macht er wieder Bounce, Bounce, Bounce. Ich mag die Animation tatsächlich bei den Aura. Aber in solchen Situationen finde ich es immer so. Ja, das ist übrigens der erste Dungeon. Ist geschafft.
Oh, there we go! Oh, there we go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting. Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Vandaniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Vandaniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Vandaniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
Armor, at your service. Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation, slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war. And so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, Enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades? We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see you.
Ich glaube, er meint Sinus damit. Okay, das hat ja leider nicht so gut geklappt. Gut, dann lass uns mal zurückgehen, Bericht erstatten und wie gesagt, so weit entfernt kann der Dungeon jetzt nicht mehr sein. Guti, wo sollen wir hin? Okay, jetzt darf ich nach da oben. Machen wir uns dann nochmal auf den Weg. Dann habe ich vorhin schon mal hingedüst. Und dann durfte ich nicht über die Brücke. Da hieß es dann, ne, du kommst hier nicht rein. Fate werden wir auf gar keinen Fall erreichen. Die vorher abgeschlossen sein. Ich dachte, die könnten wir sonst mitnehmen eventuell. Aber die ist fertig, bevor wir da überhaupt oben ankommen, so wie es momentan aussieht. Es wird zu knapp, glaube ich. Ja. Ist leider weg. Ist das noch eine Fade? Ist das eine Chain Fade oder? Ja, sieht nicht so aus. Schade. Schade, Schokolade.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnair, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rads-at-Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets. But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are. Megadota. It seems a shame to bring you here directly, under normal
And it would have been our
Sorry.
pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside.
Das habe ich aus Versehen geskippt, das wollte ich nicht. Das war ein Missklick.
Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Rads-at-Han. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude. A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman. that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgardsormr's spawn. I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzat Han.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
"'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Radzat Han. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will."
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered. Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz at Han. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Charlian is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radz at Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
Judy, dann können wir wieder zurück nach Charlian. Warum nicht? Ich will hier rein. Lass mich rein. Hallo. Okay, speak with Thancred in the main hall. Also müssen wir zurück nach Charlian. Auf geht's. Ach so. Hier hin.
Your time in Thavner has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the Ethereal Sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavner.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained. And I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodora by a considerable margin.
Are you sure Alfie now is in the right group? What if Ally say, she knows a healing spell or two? Ey, ich kann doch nicht... Jetzt muss ich mich entscheiden, welchen ich von den beiden verkaufe. Oh Mann, komm, ich mag beide doch so gerne.
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armaments to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Rads at Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Wollen wir dann nochmal über diese Etherite-Krankheit reden? Also die Sickness. Nach dem Teleportieren. 1150. Meine Güte. Haben sie die Preise angezogen? So, ich habe auch gesehen, wir haben noch 8 Minuten vom Buff. Gut erneuern. Zack. fahren wir erstmal in die falsche Richtung. Dann fahren wir wieder hierhin zurück. Das wir müssen die trotzdem mal anquatschen hier. Vielleicht dann doch mal Gebrauch von ihnen machen können, solange wir noch nicht fliegen können. Oder vielleicht einmal AFK traveln. Ich meine, es sieht jetzt gar nicht mal so schlecht aus mit dem Currents. Ich meine, Labyrinthos, da haben wir jetzt noch nicht so viele. Aber ich bin mir sicher, dass wir da nochmal... eine Fade, lasst uns da mal mitmachen. Kann ich mich darauf verlassen, dass er nicht hielt? Ich würde es ja mal appreciaten, wenn ich hier irgendwo kommen würde. Wäre ganz doll, toll, super. Das Mensch dufte hier. Gott, chill, Leute. Au! In Ruhe. Au! Weg. War das geklärt? Ich habe tatsächlich nur ein bisschen Angst, dass meine XP nicht reichen sollten. Dass meine XP nicht reichen für einen Dungeon. Weil eigentlich müsste der Dungeon Level 82 sein. The Tower of Zod now accessible. Gut, so, jetzt werden wir gleich mal rausfinden, ob der Dungeon Level... Der ist Level 81 tatsächlich. Ja, das überrascht mich. Weil Shadowbringer hat er auch erst mit 71. Ich dachte, er hat 72 war. Okay, was eine gute Memory. Ich doch. Okay, Tower of Zod. Wir werden das mit einer Gruppe suchen. Weil das Duty-System, also das Party-System, um mit den NPCs zu spielen, das ist super gut, solange du irgendwas spielst, was kein Tank ist. Also als Tank ist das nicht so geil. Deswegen suchen wir richtige Menschlein. 11 Minuten. Was? 11 Minuten? Ich bin Tank. Sollte nicht eigentlich Tankmangel herrschen? Und ich habe doch jetzt dafür gesorgt, dass wir einen Tank haben. Ja, gut. Ja, ich will es halt echt nicht mit dem Trust-System machen als Tank. Ich kann halt jetzt nur fragen, ob irgendjemand noch den ersten Dungeon machen will. Ich denke, das werde ich mal machen. Es ist echt 11 Minuten warten. Ich will halt nicht Party in Progress anmachen. Weil ich ja den Dungeon von Anfang an sehen will. Ich will ja nicht irgendwo reinladen. In der Mitte vom Dungeon oder vom Ende hin. Lass mich mal fragen. Weil ich will es halt echt nicht mit dem Trust-System machen. Als Tank. Ich echt Angst habe, dass das lange dauert. Aber 14 Minuten warten. Auch noch dran denken, das Essen wieder zu erneuern. Für einen XP-Buff. Ich meine, ich habe noch 26 Minuten, aber Kann ja nicht schauen, das immer up to date zu halten. Du kannst immer eine Stunde haben von dem Bot. So, yes. Partner Galeo. Und dann, wenn wir schon mal 3 Leute haben, dann sollte das so funktionieren. Vergessen, dass ich das Nachrichten schalten habe. Oder den Sound für den FC-Chat momentan. Vorhin hatten sie zu sehr gespammt. Gut, auf geht's. Das hat die Textstadt schon. Let's go. Ich hoffe, ich kann wenigstens 2 Mobs pullen. Und Nico mich gebeten hat, nicht zu crazy zu pullen. Aber ich denke mal, das sollte noch fein sein. Oh Gott. Sieht ja fancy aus. Ich denke mal, also 2 Mobs sollte ich eigentlich pullen können. Oh, das ist ein Knockback. Oh, okay. So ein bisschen. Der hat so faul rauszulaufen. Ich dachte, ja, das vertrage ich schon. Oh. Okay, wir fangen an mit dem Tankbuster, alles klar. Okay. Was genau? Keine Ahnung, was wir tun müssen. Man. Woher weiß ich denn, wo die hingehen? Okay. Easy. Wieso bekomme ich kein Gear? Naja, das war my bad. Ich hätte es nicht pullen dürfen, weil ich nicht genug Cooldowns habe. Und ab jetzt sollte ich nicht mehr sterben. Meins. Ja, ich hatte leider keinen Cooldown. Hätte ich das nicht pullen dürfen. Habe ich Nico ein wenig zu viel aufgebürdet damit. Wieder ein Tank ist der gleiche. Ja, cool. Ich sollte da. Bin ich eingefroren. Mein. Nee. Oh, Delirium, mein Delirium. Okay, gut. Ah, ja. Jedes Mal die Taste. Ja, ein Salted Earth. Und jedes Mal Salted Earth, wenn ich weg muss. Ja, man muss. Du kannst dir nicht ausweichen, ne? Du musst dich hitten lassen. Okay, interesting. Okay, ich habe einen großen Cooldown. Und ich habe mein Ding. Aber ich sollte das pullen dürfen. Ich darf hier gar nicht noch weiter. Oh, Manu. Darf hier noch gar nicht weitergehen. Das geht immer noch tatsächlich schlechter als mein Biscuit. Okay. So far, so good. The Magus sisters. Oh, das ist ja cool. Die Achievements haben sie auch abgegradet. Okay. Falsche. I don't fucking give a shit. Ich hab den falschen angelockt. Ich muss das mit dem Target-Block ändern. Mich nervt das. Das ist immer prinzipiell der falsche. Ba-ba. Nice. Ablation. Pass, I guess. Kann schon gar nichts mehr geben hier. Nice.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? Or...
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Ishtola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
And that should be the end of it.
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Raha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Okay, nice. Und ich muss auch eine Sache kurz machen. Ich muss das gerne für mich leider ein bisschen leiser stellen. Das war gerade extrem laut für mich, der Dungeon. Vor allem die Special Effects. Oh, das gab auch richtig viel XP tatsächlich. Ah, mein Food Buff ist jetzt auch wieder weg. You may now enter the Tower of Zod with a party of NPC avatars. To make use of this feature, open the Trust interface located under Duty in the main menu. So, und wir müssen unseren Food Buff erneuern. Gut, dann speak with the guardsman. Dann müssen wir wieder hier rüber düsen. Wird erledigt. Ach ja, ich hatte jetzt noch einen neuen Ding bekommen, ne? Oblation. Reduces damage taken by party member or self by 10%. Wo lege ich das hin? Eigentlich müsste ich... das mal wegmachen. Das war das Macro. Ja, das ist das Hover Macro. Ich habe ein bisschen Angst, dass ich was Falsches hitte. Aber es wäre schöner, wenn das hier ist. Ja, ich denke mal, so sollte das hinhauen. Was komme ich dann noch? Okay, ja, und Shadowbringer noch. Und Shadowbringer werde ich dann wahrscheinlich auf F11 legen, I guess. So. Ich meine, je nachdem, was ich öfter benutze. Ich muss sagen, ich habe Dark Mind nie so oft wirklich benutzt. Ich wirklich nur in sehr, sehr speziellen Szenarien, wo ich weiß, der Boss macht erst eine Magic-Attacke und es tut wirklich weh, dass es sich wirklich lohnt, das zu nutzen. Okay, Estinian is now accompany me. Sehr schön, dann folge sie mir. Guter Mann. Okay. Tunen wir. Ich muss sagen, Razatan sieht schon echt schick aus. Richtig schön hier. Mal da reinzoomen, weil das ist dezent verwirrend. Mann, hier gibt's ein Pricing. Sehr schön. Dann lasst mich mal zu den Ätheriten gehen. Und kann natürlich auch wieder sein, dass ich irgendwo falsch abgebogen bin. Gut, dann muss ich gucken. Mal gucken, ob wir den Sightseeing-Log eventuell auch noch gucken. Wie komme ich denn hier? Nein! Damn it. Ach, jetzt. Sehr schön. Hey, wo ich jetzt den hier verloren? Was? Wie wird... Jetzt habe ich ihn verloren. Okay. Ich war gerade schon... Wieso wird das mir denn nicht die ganze... Wird das mir nicht angezeigt? Okay, dann muss man noch... Ja, ich hätte den Sightseeing-Log nicht mitgetroffen. Das war zu viel Rumgehampel für das Nähern. So, nach Felgen sind wir mal wieder, guter Mann. Dann müssen wir hier wieder hoch. Fertig und dann müssen wir aus. Und wenn wir da auch noch den Ätheriten mitnehmen. Nice.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzatan will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
'Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn, to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment. There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee. I know of his clash with Omega, and the long slumber which was his price. Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust, but alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
Okay. Sagen, ich mag unseren Dragon Friend. Bisher. Okay. Oh, wir bekommen Brot. Schön. The Color of Joy. Gut. Ja, ich hoffe mal, dass wir dann noch den Ätheriten attunen dürfen. Wäre schlimm, wenn nicht. Gut, wir werden dann gleich einmal links abbiegen. Ob wir... Wir haben jetzt eben... Bringt zum Beispiel eine bessere... Nee! Mach ihn wieder an! Wo soll ich... Aber mal, dass ich erlaubt. Ja. Den noch mitnehmen und dann hoffe ich eben, dass den noch... Dann dürfte uns, also der hier oben fehlt uns, Hauptäther. Der hier unten, glaube ich, muss fehlen. Dann haben wir alle. schon. Gut, erledigt. Quest weg. Passt mir. Passt. Oh, fancy.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true? Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Charlian then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Okay. Schön. Trial at the Baldesion. Also ich darf mich wirklich nicht initiieren mit dem Ethereum. Das erinnert mich ja so richtig an Ulmor hier. Okay, dürfen wir leider nicht. Müssen wir das jetzt so einmal akzeptieren? Dann geht's wieder zurück nach Old Charlian. Gucken, wie es geht. Ich glaube, das sieht auch recht ähnlich aus vom GER. Das ist ja, doch. Das ich meine, die Standardfarben sind eigentlich schick. Hübsch. Den Helm finde ich jetzt... Wenn das Teil hier hinten nicht wäre, dann finde ich es eigentlich ganz Jetzt, wenn du nur die Maske da vorne hast. Oder gibt es auch so ähnliche Masken, die so aus... Ja, lasst uns mal ein wenig ausruhen, mal ein kleines Nickerchen machen hier, Powernapping.
Take heart and protect them well.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Die Taste passt jetzt nicht so ganz, wie ich die festgehalten habe. Das ist gerade eine richtig schöne Cutscene. Das ist so
Speaking of
toll.
one's physical condition, Mistress Kryl, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes? Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat-Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt, the relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed, and in turn I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh.
Armer Graha ist zu klein. Oh. Das ist so schön. Ich liebe solche Momente in der Story, wo du halt einfach nur Zeit verbringst mit deiner Familie. Das ist so toll. Are we pushing on until dawn? Shall we call it a night? You don't know these are my quarters.
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Oh Mann, ey. Ach, Sinos, mein Freund. Ich hab dich vermisst.
Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavner has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon the ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome, honestly. Talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is equal, equally tedious, equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow, until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn, burn, let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth, much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Achievement unlocked on Wings of Hope. Oh mein Gott, der Sound. Oh mein Gott, Alter. Wenn die ganzen Minions reinspawnen hier. Hilfe. Wow. Okay. Das hat sich auch alles verändert. Das Menü. Ist ja cool. Sieht richtig schick aus. Magus Resistor. Complete the main scenario quest, The Color of Joy. Okay. Boah, das gefällt mir hier. Das sieht richtig gut aus. Schick, schick. Okay. So, dann können wir weitermachen. Wo muss man hin sein? Sound the bell, school's in. Ich mag diese Quest-Sounds. Ja, komm, da können wir uns hin teleportieren. Zum Studium. Für was haben wir denn die guten Ätheriden hier? Okay. Was steht der denn da? mag die Musik so sehr, ist so chillig. Oh, was machen? Aber hier machen. Kaum Lookout, oder? Oh, okay, cool. Gut, nehmen wir mit.
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat. We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms. Two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Huh?
Yes, very good. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The seventh umbral calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Charlene prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace.
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today. Now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet. I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend. Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Keiner hat mir gesagt, dass ich wieder in die Schule muss. Keiner hat mir das gesagt, dass das passiert. You've been granted the run of Phenomenon. If you're a game, Olive would put your artisanry to good use. Alright, Das war extrem viel zum Verarbeiten, aber es war so cool gemacht. Das war so schön mit anzusehen. Es war schön erklärt, es war schön, ein bisschen Witz mit Magie und war super. War sehr, sehr schön gemacht. Sehr schön. Okay. Speak with Grahatia in the main hall. Gut, dann würde ich sagen, wir gehen hier einfach mal nach draußen und dann gehen wir um Baldessian X. Okay, enter the command room in Limsa Lomensa. Wird erledigt. Ganz kurz schreiben. So, gut. Und jetzt zurück nach Elimsa. Die Quest will ich noch abschließen. Und da müssen wir mal gucken, wie viel ich von der Story heute noch machen werde. Ich meine, wir haben ja heute schon richtig schön angezogen. Also ich glaube, wir haben jetzt insgesamt... Ja gut, okay, ich muss ja noch... Ich glaube, so 2,5, 3 Stunden muss ich abziehen für Reaper, Story Quests, Roulettes und alles. Aber ich glaube, wir haben trotzdem so 8, 9 Stunden Story. Dürften wir noch auf jeden Fall weg haben. Und Stream insgesamt 12, 13 Stunden. Ja, da sind sie ja alle hier. Okay, speak with Rauban at the Alamigan Quarter. Ja, ich glaube, wir kommen hier auch sehr viel besser durch, wenn ich wirklich nicht zu viel Texte vorlese. Einfach weil es für mich länger dauert vorzulesen, weil ich bei manchen Wörtern einfach überlegen muss, wie spreche ich das Wort nochmal aus? Ja, ich kann es zwar dann übersetzen, aber ich habe dann eben Probleme beim Vorlesen, das richtig auszusprechen. Wenn ich es für mich einfach nur in meinem Kopf vorlese, dann kommen wir einfach schneller voran. Das bedeutet natürlich, dass ihr dann mehr alleine lesen müsst. Ich mag das Lied auch, also eigentlich ist es ja schon eine richtige Endtheme, basically. We will deliver your people from harm in your stead. I hope they will be pleased to see the champion of Eorzea set foot on Garland soil. I understand, Goodie. Geschenk! Geschenk, Geschenk, Geschenk!
By the 12.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilzabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia!
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention. Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must, I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer, we shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughingstock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the avatar of destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord
Oh.
Monolane!
Ist ja cool.
Ah, yes. Emanolaine de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
May your graceful dancing lead the way to victory. I dare say your fancy footwork may be all that stands between us and certain doom.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honorat with my tales of daring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Sadu! Oh, das ist so geil, die alle wiederzusehen.
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No, Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans. There's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius Bloody Balesar himself is working to help rebuild Wurlit, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlond Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Ach, Tataru. Ach, ich mag Tataru. Tataru ist immer um unser Wohl bedacht. Dankeschön, Tataru. Wie sieht denn der Mantel aus hier? North Sea Code. Oh ja. Gut, ich glaube, darin wird uns tatsächlich nicht kalt werden. Das ist so richtig geil für den Winter. Ja, sieht richtig nice aus. Okay, du kannst nur das Äußere. Ich kann pink machen. Kannst nur das Äußere färben. Ah, hier, guck mal. Es geht schon so ein bisschen als Weihnachtsmann durch. Ja, finde ich tatsächlich Standardfarbe noch mit am besten. Schick. Schick, schick. Gefällt mir. Dankeschön, Tataru. Gut. Ich habe ein bisschen Angst vor der Quest. Ja, das wird wieder so eine längere Quest, ne? Upon boarding the airship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Das war mir ja so klar. Ich wusste das. Okay, kann ich jetzt nicht. Ja, ein Battle. Warte. Moment. Bevor ich das mache, werde ich Folgendes machen. Notification Sound für... Eigentlich nur für die Crossword-Langschau. Aus... Ja. Gut. Dann werden wir das jetzt noch machen. Und ich denke, das wird die letzte... Das wird das letzte sein, was wir jetzt machen werden, weil ich habe wirklich Angst, wie lange das jetzt wieder geht. Aber ich will es unbedingt sehen, weil wir nach Garlemond gehen. Und ich will Garlemond sehen. Wir wissen, wie es aussieht. Ja, los, Abfahrt.
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus' death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald. The very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Ishtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right. Once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck. Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count. Must be losing my touch.
Ah, so, ich hätte mich... Oh, ja, ich hätte mich auch unsichtbar. Ja gut, das killt mich jetzt halt. Ja gut, ja, kill mich. Okay. Gut, ich dachte, ich kann sie ja einfach fighten. Aber Thancred kann sich einfach unsichtbar machen. Gut, dann machen wir das so. Ich muss jetzt die... Ja, normal. Danke. Okay. Anstatt, dass das dann einfach wieder ab da anfängt, schmeißt er mich dann da bei der Cutscene wieder raus. Okay. So. Also.
Keep your wits about you.
So, it's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Ah, damn it.
Seven hells.
Ja. Ist ein bisschen weiter weg mit dem, damit mich nichts anderes sieht.
Seven hells. Must be losing my touch.
Ob wer sich da jetzt hindreht. Der Hund kommt ja aber auch nicht. So dieser Guard Dog. Wir warten, bis das Vieh sich woanders hin bewegt. Warte, ich kann Silent Takedown. Okay, ich kann es benutzen. Nice. Ah. Der Hundi ist er. Ja. Der Robo.
Spotted.
Das funktioniert nur. Also wirklich nur an den Soldiern am Magitech Slasher, da funktioniert das nicht.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned.
Ich finde es auch so cool, dass sie jetzt hier so ein
Head to the
Bild
control
eingefügt haben.
terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Ah, das hätte ich ausmachen können. Also, das wäre durchgegangen, bevor sich der Slasher wieder umgedreht hat, aber ist okay. Oh Gott. Mein Gott. Ah, ja, 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 ja. Das ist ja jetzt gar nicht mehr so. Oh Gott, ey, wie soll ich denn da rankommen, ey?
Must be losing my touch.
Okay. Es ist halt nicht gut, weil mein Threat-Levels ist schon so.
7 hells.
Ist nicht gut. Hä, wo soll ich denn jetzt hin? Achso, ich so weg von hier. Oh, das war viel zu close. Ich wollte das jetzt echt nicht nochmal machen müssen.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead! Fighters! Protect the others!
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
What in
Wonderful timing! Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good slap. You lot all right back there? We're fine and ready for more. Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
That's for Gilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
I was wondering when you'd turn up. There's no stopping us now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
Let's go!
We have them now! Forward!
Right! Let them have it!
As a raging bull! That's her! Virgilia!
Do not fall behind! Is everyone all right?
Heal or die! Tremble before the sun!
May your screams fill the air!
Ja.
A worthy adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Sadu Hatun.
Oh, Magnai.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
we can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Und wir sind endlich in Garlemald angekommen. Das war wieder eine sehr, sehr lange Instance. Das habe ich mir aber schon gedacht, dass das wieder so mindestens eine halbe Stunde dauern wird. Ich möchte die Story jetzt noch gerne abschließen, wenn das irgendwie möglich ist. Damit wir das noch abgeschlossen hätten. Ja gut, wir sammeln die jetzt natürlich alle für ein Meeting ein. Ich glaube, ich werde mir das fürs nächste Mal dann aufheben. Ja, weil, oh Gott, nee, da stehen die alle. Ich weiß jetzt nicht, wie lange das noch dauert. Deswegen, attuned ist er. Das passt, also wir können jederzeit dort wieder hin TPen. Also das zählt zu Ilsebad. Garlemald. Okay. Camp Broken Glass. Goodie. Aber, ich würde hier jetzt erstmal den Stream beenden. Wir haben unfassbar viel Story geschafft. Ich bin sehr zufrieden mit dem Fortschritt, den ich gemacht habe. Wir haben Reaper gelevelt. Wir haben unsere ganzen Roulettes erledigt. Wir haben jetzt gut 10 Stunden, ein bisschen mehr als 10 Stunden von der Story gesehen und gespielt. Und ich kann es nicht erwarten, weiterzumachen. Aber dadurch, dass ich jetzt noch gleich noch was anderes tun werde in diesem Spiel, also mich jetzt noch mal kurz mit jemandem treffe, vielleicht noch bei Roulettes kurz aushelfe und dann irgendwann spätestens um 3 Uhr morgens vielleicht mal ins Bett gehen sollte, gibt es hier jetzt erstmal einen Cut. Wir sehen uns später wieder mit mehr Streams, mit mehr Story, auch mit den täglichen Roulettes dann wieder und dann allem. Werde ich mal gucken, wann es losgeht. Ich werde das dann wieder auf Twitter posten, wenn der Stream losgeht. Ich bin mir jetzt noch nicht genau sicher, ich möchte jetzt noch keine genaue Uhrzeit nennen. Ich werde mir das jetzt ein bisschen flexibler halten. Wenn es losgeht, dann seht ihr das auf Twitter und ansonsten bekommt ihr dann auch noch Nachrichtigungen auf den Channel. Ich möchte mich jetzt erstmal ganz, ganz herzlich fürs Zusehen bedanken, fürs Dabeisein. Wenn ihr mögt, sehen wir uns sehr, sehr gerne im nächsten Stream wieder, wenn wir weitermachen mit der Hauptstory von Endwalker. Ich finde es bisher sehr großartig, ich habe unfassbar viel Spaß. Und ja, ich wünsche euch jetzt eine wunderschöne gute Nacht. Und wenn ihr mögt, sehen wir uns gerne später wieder. Bis dahin, ciao!